So everybody, welcome to today's class. Just gonna wait for a few people to come in here. But does anyone have any questions or concerns or ideas, thoughts, whatever it may be, regarding the previous assignment? And that is the lantern assignment.
I did have a couple questions actually, but I was thinking of asking you for help with it towards the end of class. Mm-hmm. I got it all submitted and everything. I was just having issues with the actual glass and doing that in Substance Painter. I kind of looked up how to export like the individual channel exports and then use the opacity layer to try and get it to resemble the dirt and grime and stuff I did on it, but I just couldn't actually get it to work in Maya.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, you would have to hook up the so you're trying to build up the dirt on the glass. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, so like in the actual Substance version, and you'll see like I put all a render from Substance as well as a render from Maya on there. Mm-hmm. The actual Substance render shows all of the dirt and grime, and it has some opacity to it as well. To whereas like when I just put it straight into Maya, mm-hmm. I think the roughness is almost taking over everything. But even if I lower it, it doesn't have any of the dirt and grime that I've been putting onto it in Substance.
Okay. Yeah, because in that regard, you'd have to make a custom transmission weight map, so you can. Yeah, so you can control which parts will actually be transparent and then which parts will not be transparent. So it's just, I mean, I'm just gonna try to explain it, and then we can go ahead and help you out. So it's like an answer for everybody else here. If you're trying to build transparency with the dirt, you guys, you need an alpha that will control the transparency weight or the transmission weight. So let's just say you have your grime layer or whatever, oil layer, whatever it may be, in Substance Painter. You're going to turn that layer into a black and white layer. So the black area would be the area where you do not have the transparency, or sorry, you do have the transparency. Sorry. The black area will be the area will be where the dirt is, and then the white area, that's where the transparency will be. So you will just make a compilation of all the dirt, right? And have all the dirt layers to be color white with an alpha, right? And then you'll export that as your, the easiest way really is export it as a color map. So it's now a compilation of all the dirt layers, grime layers or whatever on the glass, colored white, right? And then everything else is black. So now you have an alpha that controls the opacity of where the dirt and grime is. And then you'll use that map to control the transmission. So remember that the transmission weight is a slider, and it's a value, right? Rather than a map or a swatch, a color swatch. So what you have to do is when you import your file in Substance, or sorry, in Maya from Substance, you have to take that map, connect it to a converter, and that will be, it would be color to float converter, changing that float to luminance, and then connecting that converter to the transmission weight. So that's the basic explanation of that. But you guys can see that in action possibly later in a bit. So yeah. So if you do want to control the opacity of the dirt on the glass portion, that's the way to do it. Also, you didn't have to do any fancy renders or anything like that. If you're thinking to have done some fancy renders for the lantern. Not really necessary, just a white backdrop in the back. You can enable the wick to be a mesh light if you like. Not really necessary as well. I just need to see that you have textured the lantern as best as you can. You played around with some opacity and some dirt as well. I'm not too critical as to how you exactly did the glass portion, so don't worry about that too much. If Cody, you're thinking about that, don't worry about that too much. But certainly would be helpful if you were messing around with that. But that goes for everybody else as well. So that's how you would do that. That's how you would control the grime with the transmission. Any other questions out there before we get started on something new? All right. Well, I'm going to take attendance, hoping that everybody is here. So say hello if you're here. Zach is not here ever, I think. Russell?
Here.
Hello. Why is everyone's icon is gray? I wonder what's going on with that. Robert?
Here.
Hello. Davey?
Yep.
Hi there, Lucas.
Yep.
Hello. Janie? Is Janie here? Hi there. Derek? Is Derek here today? No, it's probably late. Kimberly? No Kimberly? Alejandro?
Hello.
Hello. Cody is here. Young Key?
Hello.
Hello. Matthias?
Hello.
Hi there. Mark? Mark going once? No. Daniel?
Hello.
Hi. Ethan? Ethan? Ethan, are you here? Nope. Leandro? Leandro. Hey, back to you. Nico. KLM. No Nico yet. I'm here just lagging. Okay, awesome. Thanks, Ethan. Just lagging. Where were we? Joseph.
Hello.
Hello. Mikia.
Hello.
Hi there. And Michael. Oh, Michael's not here. That's a surprise. Maybe he's coming from work. We don't know. So we got a few people away. Russell? Russell? Is Russell here? He hasn't said hello. It looks like he's here, but...
Yeah.
Oh, you're here. Okay, awesome. Who else? Derek? So Derek, Kimberly, and Nico and Michael. Yeah, okay, so 4 people. Awesome. So please submit your assignments, you guys. Upload that in your Google Drives, please. And certainly would want to take a look at that today. See how you guys are doing. That way we can get some last minute changes. Oh, so I want to reiterate again. For submissions, I'd like to have, because man, the files can get real big. So I'd like to, you know what, hand them all in. As long as they're not, it's not like a gig or something like this, but please hand in your substance file. Also hand in your so substance painter file, your Maya file, as well as renders. All right, so I'd like to see some clear renders of the lantern that you've textured. So maybe 2 or 3 renders, please. If you have not done the renders yet, well, today would be the day to do that. And maybe like a screenshot from Painter. So your Painter file, your Maya file, screenshot of the Substance Painter workspace. All right, and then couple of renders, 2 or 3 renders of the lantern that you've hooked up and connected in Maya. Also, if your file is too large, as in like way more than 500 megs, or even like a gigabyte, you can send me just a lot more screenshots. I don't mind that. I need to see that you actually worked on your layers. I need to see the folder system. I need to see that you're naming your layers. I need to see how you hooked up your shader connections. And yeah, so if you're feeling like, oh, it's gonna take too long, send me screenshots in the render. So I'll give you guys a couple minutes to do that. So maybe about like 6:15 or something. All right, you guys. Let's go talk about the portraits in 3D. And what we're going to talk about today would be just studio lighting and portrait lighting in general. And you're going to end up needing portrait lighting or asset lighting or asset showcasing, if you want to call it that. At some point, you're going to end up lighting your own sort of individual assets. You're going to end up lighting characters, whatever it may be that you're trying to light. You're going to need to understand some basic light setups. And I would even say not this one, this short class today and study will take you quickly to intermediate. Really, the mindset is what's important, and how you can visualize how the lights will interact with your subject. That's what's most important. And we're going to talk about that today. So, moving away from the whole texturing workflow just for a bit and going back to the lighting portion for today's class is going to be a critical thing for setting up for our final project. Presentation is very important. You could be such a good animator, good modeler, good texture artist, but if your presentation and your lighting isn't very good, it's going to hit you a little harder because you can't show off your textures properly. This doesn't mean that you're gonna add lights everywhere and just this whole rendering and or presentation will have to show off every single corner of the model or asset, but rather you're choosing a perfect lighting situation to give character to your model and to your asset, whatever it may be. So presentation, using certain light setups, and as well as understanding how you can make your asset look punchier using the techniques we're going to talk about today will help you sort of push that look even further. You see a lot of posts on Instagram and ArtStation and stuff like that, renders. They all look very beautiful, and these artists, they have some very advanced understanding of how lights would affect the character. It's really is, if you think about it as a sort of a foundation, it really is a matter of taking a light and pointing it from a certain direction, right? But from there, you can take that idea and then add little, accents here and there, even some subtleties, right? And having a general idea of lighting in 3D and even portraiture, and setting up your lights at a certain way will give you a little bit more of an advantage compared to just somebody who's throwing in an asset in the game engine and then just like calling it quits, and then good to go. At the end of the day too, sometimes, like, even if your asset look good and your presentation isn't quite there, it's hard to entice. It's hard for me to proceed towards looking at it further. It's like that really good thumbnail on YouTube or something like that, right? I'm not sort of enticed to look at it even further. I see that you did your job or whatever, and if I possibly took more effort in taking a look at your asset closer, then I might see those those nice nuances and things like that you added in your texturing job or your modeling job. But lighting will just really attract me to your asset even more. Anyway, let's talk about portraiture and creating portraits in 3D. I have a slight background in portrait photography. I mean, I've been taking pictures for a while, not professionally, but I've studied it. My wife studied it as well. It really is just, you know, at the basics of it, it really is taking a photo of a subject, you know, minus all the fancy gear and minus all the fancy lights and minus all the fancy terminology. It really is taking a photo of a subject. And the idea of it is that we would capture the character of that subject for an individual purpose. So portrait photography really has many purposes. It just depends on what you're trying to do. You're trying to make a poster, you know, are you trying to make a magazine cover? Are you trying to create a series of pictures to represent an event like a wedding? Or is it for legal purposes? You know, whatever it may be. At the end of the day, it is a portraiture. You're taking a photo or a picture of a subject, and then you're going to use that for something, right? Advertising, whatever it may be. All right. Three main subjects or ingredients for portrait photography. You need a subject, you need your camera, and you need your lights. And these are the things that you're going to be dealing with in the 3D space. Well, lucky for you, you don't have to buy any fancy gear. You just need Maya, right? and if you want a fancy computer, then okay. But in Maya, you have you can model your subject, you can create your subject. You have your physical base cameras, and you also have your light. And also, just I guess in brackets here, you can also texture, so you can color your subject and all that fancy stuff. So you can, you know, create your subject, make it the most beautiful subject, or ugly maybe. I don't know if that's what you're going for. However, which way you want to make it, and then light it, and then shoot it, and then render it. Here are some extra things that you're going to be using, and this is part of the bracket of lights. You're gonna need a background, some kind of reflector, or some kind of gel. All of this is just like fancy equipment that you're gonna be using for practical photography, but all of this can just be built in Maya. Now let's dive into the three ingredients: subject, camera, and light. So we talked about light there, just some of the necessary gear and you know, things that you're gonna need when you're considering to shoot, especially indoors. You need a subject. For example, if you're going to make a character, you're going to want to shoot the bust, half body, and or full body with a pose. It's just up to you. And then from there, you get to choose the camera positions, camera angle, camera length as well. That's something to consider. So just a brief talk about the camera's focal length. The smaller the number, the more distortion. The larger the number, the flatter. So think about it like 24. Just think about these values just for a moment. Okay, so the smallest you could probably go would be like 8 millimeters. That's really, really wide already. Like 5.4, you know, that's super wide. So that you're thinking like fish eye at that point, right? They call those wide lenses because it tries to capture as much of the space as possible. You know, they use these 24 millimeter to 35 millimeter wide lenses for taking photos of hotel rooms or real estate, real estate products, right? They're trying to show off a space. All right. So wide lenses are used for that. Portrait lenses are really varying from 35 up to even 80, 85. Okay. So what I've got there really is sort of like the classic length. So 50 millimeter, 65 millimeter. That's what portrait photographers like to go for. But you know, you could bend the rules a little bit. For example, there's such thing as 28 millimeter wide lenses, even 24 millimeter wide lenses. So really wide, okay, and then up to something a little more flatter, like an 80 up to 85 millimeters. Okay, my wife prefers 85 millimeters. Like, to her, that looks really beautiful. So when you're shooting your subjects or setting up your camera so then you can frame your subject at a certain way, you want to think about these focal lengths. Okay, so do you want a long, wide length to make the nose look big, right? Or does someone's nose look so big? Okay, by the way, the wider the lens is, right? So more fish-eyed, the bigger those features will look, you know, up front in the camera. If you've got a flatter lens, okay, meaning like a longer lens, like 50 millimeter, 65 millimeter portrait lens, your subjects will look flatter, okay, and then those features will appear smaller. All right, so from there you go from 85 millimeters all the way up to 200, or let's just say 300, and even, you know, further than that. Those are the telephoto lenses. Those lenses are lenses that are able to capture distances, okay, and if you're able to do that, then your subjects will look much more flatter. So think about it like this: if 4 millimeters or 5 millimeters, that's the widest. So think about that as a kind of like a fish eye, okay, and then you're trying to capture everything all the way up to a long lens, so like a 300 millimeter telephoto lens that's really flat and it's really zooming in towards the subject. Okay, really zoomed in, and it's gonna look kind of like an orthographic view. Okay, it's gonna look much flatter, and it's not gonna have that wide angle, right? So you want to consider the camera's focal length when you are setting up your cameras to frame your subject, compose your subject. Now, f-stops and aperture aren't quite, I mean, you could play around with it, but if you want to learn further and just really enhance your rendering and your presentation, look into f-stops and aperture and how to control that, you know, in your camera first, if you're taking pictures and stuff like that, and you can apply that same principle in Maya and when you're rendering, okay, because it'll give you really cool effects as well. So, you know, camera length, very important. Lights. Now today, we're going to talk about different types of lighting situations, but mostly what we're going to be doing is we're going to do indoor lighting. What kind of look really do you want to go for? You know, there's the indoor setup and then there's the outdoor setup. We're going to try to mimic the indoor setup today, but you can certainly mimic the outdoor setup using an HDRI. It's really your vision that will decide how the lights will be, you know, what are its characteristics and how you're going to go ahead and build your scene with the specific lights you have in mind. For example, you know, do you want the mood to be kind of dark and gloomy, kind of scary, or do you want the mood to be kind of like happy, you know, a lot of bright lights, you know, soft, you know, what do you want? Do you want hard shadows? Do you want soft shadows? Do you want artificial lights? Do you want you know, man-made lights? You know, so that's up to you to decide. You also know of color temperature, I believe, so you can go ahead and try to mess with that as well. But your lights also you need to consider, and it really is up to, again, your vision as to how you want your shot to look like. Getting some references from Google, Pinterest, or whatever image website that you like to refer to, and get those references from, you know, will give you a vision or an idea as to how you want your scene to end up looking. Hello, Mark. Thanks for letting me know. We're just talking about portrait lighting and getting that started. Where's your name? There you go. If you're gonna highlight anything today, I encourage you to remember the bottom portion of this. So the second point, typical light setups, I would say typical because that's what you see in magazines. That's what you see in posters. You know, a lot of it is 2 to 3 point setups. Even like they would Photoshop or add another light from some angle in order for them to pop a certain feature, increase and enhance a certain part. We don't know, but typically, 2 to 3 lights are set around the subject, and then they would light them. Okay, some of the things to keep in mind is this: every time you're lighting something, okay, the second point here is very important, and I highly encourage that you highlight this part. So size of light, how big is it? And it really matters how big this light source is. Is this a natural light, or is it like a big softbox? Is it a candle light, or is it your lamp? Your incandescent lamp. Whatever it is, size of the lamp. Okay. Now the strength of the light, meaning its intensity. Okay. In Maya, we're using exposure as a means to increase the intensity, but it's really the right term would be using the term of intensity. And how intense is this light? The strength of the light, distance of the light from the subject. Okay, is it right up close, or is it from a distance? Is it coming from afar, like the sun? The temperature of light, is this more fluorescent, or is it incandescent, or is it just like 6500 Kelvin, which is a little bit more whitish? Light placement as well. So now that you covered size, strength, distance, temperature, you also want to figure out what angle. So where is it coming from, really? And placement is very important. You'll realize it today, because every single subject, for example, if I was to light some kind of subject for, let's say a product or something like that, like a cup or something, I would light that cup a certain way, right? I would have the size of the light, okay? I would have the right strength of the light, the right distance, temperature, and placement. Okay, great. And then I want to take that same setup, okay, and then put a car, let's just say, like in the middle of where that cup was. Well, now everything will change, because the size of the cup is different compared to the size of the car. So now I have to change my light, size, strength, distance, temperature, and placement in order for me to accommodate this vehicle. So I'm gonna try to take that same setup and then adjust everything else to conform to the subject. So it's always the subject and then conforming everything around it. All right. That's true as well when it comes to changing subjects between light setups. Yes, you can have the same light setup, but those placements, intensities, strengths will change based on the character of the character that you're trying to create and take a photo of. So consider those. So size, strength, distance, temperature of light, and placement. Now here are some of the terminologies you're going to hear out there if you're going to be going into lighting, and if you really like to set up lights, whether it's for environment or just, let's just say in general. Okay, you're going to have multiple terminologies, and here are some basic ones. Here's key light. That's the main light for the scene, meaning that's the brightest. Okay, typically that's the brightest. That's the brightest source of light, and they call it a key light because that's the main one that the subject is being lit by. Ooh. I should send an email to. Sorry, 1 second. Corey's messaging me. Just a few seconds.
Hey, Harold.
Hi.
Sorry I'm late. Just
Oh,
got
Michael.
in here. Yeah, I lost track of time at work, and then by the time I noticed, it was like, oh, I'm late now.
Okay, thanks for coming in. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, oh, where's Michael?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't miss it, but yeah, I just by the time I got home too, I'm like, well, I'm already late. I'm gonna stretch out and get a quick bite. You know, make sure I'm set up.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
you know.
Thanks for letting me know, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mark you in here.
Video, it's fine.
Yep, that's cool. That's cool. Do you know if Nico's coming in, or have you spoken with him?
I haven't heard anything, but you know, he usually comes in when he's done work. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, if he's not here now, he's probably at work or on his way home.
All right, all right. There's Nico.
Let's speak of the devil.
He comes in like Darth Vader. All right.
The thing is, I sleep off a cold, and I've been sick for the last 2 days.
Oh no.
Shit.
Yo, man, get better.
I just assumed you were still at work.
No, not this time.
Well, that's usually what happens. So that was the assumption. But hope
All
you
right,
feel
man.
better.
Good to have you here, man.
Thanks,
I hope you feel better, man.
Yeah, no, I've just been working so many hours, so many days. It's like, and then the cold hit me on the weekend, and I just
Oh
went
yeah,
down.
what's the weather like in Calgary right now?
It just started snowing today, so but it wasn't. It was pretty cold before it snowed, I guess, because of the wind.
Yeah, well, this is usually the time of year I enjoy out there. So right before it gets super cold, and you know it's nice and cool, and you know you work up a sweat and it doesn't feel gross.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah.
All right, you
Should
guys.
probably get that lesson though.
Thanks for letting me know that you guys here. So I jotted you down as here. So awesome. All right, so let's move forward. So I got the light slide. Here are some of the key terms that we're going to talk about. So the key light, again, that's the main light source. That will determine your light pattern, light direction. It really is the strongest light. There's such thing as light ratios, and maybe we can talk about that later. And really the key light is the strongest light. All right, so moving on from there, you have the fill lights. That's the light usually opposite of the key light, and or they call it an inspired light. Photographers call it an inspired light. Why? Because it's coming from another direction. That's sort of filling up the space that are darker. All right. How the fill light will be, it really it can look like an ambient light. It can look like some kind of inspired light from somewhere, like a lamp, some light source in the background, maybe from a doorway. You know, anything that will add a little bit more definition to the darker side of the character. You have a hair separation or rim light. It's usually called a rim light because it's highlighting a certain part of the back of the character. Usually highlighting the back to pop the character off of the background. And what tends to happen usually without the rim light or a separation light, the character tends to sink into the background, and the rim light's job is to push the character forward to the front to make it look like the character is highlighted, and you're able to see this character or the subject on the composition or on the shot. Lastly, the background light. Now, the background light could be anything, okay? And it's really a free-for-all for the background light. Really, it's a light that's maybe giving emphasis to what's going on in the back. I've seen this many times in film shots where you're not, like, the viewer is not going to deliberately notice that whatever's going on in the background is being highlighted. But there's a subtle light, okay? That's just, for some reason, it draws your attention to whatever's happening in the background. Yes, the character is there in the foreground, but somewhere in the midground or somewhere in the background, there's something going on, okay? Like an explosion, whatever it may be, like anything, like characters fighting, okay? They're somehow lit, okay? And there's somehow some way to highlight them that you're now your attention now is there, you know, rather than the subject. So anyway, background light, that's more of a free for all type thing, and really you can there's a lot of things you can learn from each of these light terms. Okay, so let's move forward. Here's an example of light placement. You guys have probably seen something like this before. This is with a flash at certain degrees around the character, and of course, based on the light direction coming from whether it's coming down or coming upwards or head on. You can see that a rim light would be working kind of like this flash at 0 degrees ahead of character, and it's at 225 degrees. I guess that's going towards the screen right. So this is how a rim light would work. Maybe a key light would work kind of like this, 45-degree angle facing downwards. And then any fill light would probably work kind of like this, 45 degrees, flash up at 270 degrees around the character. So here are your light placement example. This is all the same intensity, just to express the example, but the lighting placement is also very important. So here's an example of distance, strength, and size. So here's with a reflector. So a reflector would allow the key light to bounce off of the reflector, and that reflector will get the remaining light, okay, the bounced light back to its subject. Okay, so you can see here with the subject and the reflector or no reflector, okay, and here's the distance of the light. So you have a big, I guess mid-size softbox up close. This is what it looks like. Mid, okay, even further, and then furthest. All right. And you can see the further it is, the more kind of scattered light that gets. It just really depends what she has on her screen left. Why that light is scattering so much more, but this probably because she has a white wall, so maybe that's how she's getting a lot more bounce on the opposite side of her here at 320 centimeters away. All right, so here's the reflector, and then they're all pretty constant actually. It's just that the intensity of the light just becomes lesser as the distance grows. There? Pardon me?
What's ideal there?
What's ideal?
Yeah.
Ideal. That's a good one. That's a good question. Now, these are just examples. But if you're talking about ideal, oh man, what's ideal? If you're the director, you get to choose. You know, the media likes to show as much light as possible. So, for example, if you're gonna be doing like a beauty shot, then yeah, you want to put as much light as possible. If you're gonna create something a little more dramatic, then you're gonna have to go with the light being up close to the character. You know, a lot more shadow on the opposite side. No reflectors, right? You know, so you want to go. So it depends what you want to go with. If you're the director, usually you get to choose. Do you want to go moody, you know, or do you want to go kind of well lit, right? Or do you want to go find something in between so it's just a presentable looking piece, right? You want to just show off this character with just the typical 3-point setup, then that's okay. That would be the most ideal, I guess, if you think about it. But you as an artist,
also too, some people like you're gonna see a lot more flaws in the skin if you're closer up because you're gonna have more light on it.
Right.
Like having more light around is gonna drown out some features. So that could be good or bad depending on the person and depending on what you're going for.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of light setups out there. There's a lot of people who post on Instagram.
Yeah.
And they've got their own styles, right? They've got their own preferences when it comes to lighting a subject. And usually that speaks to their vision. So, what does it speak to your vision? And you're always changing based on the character, as Mike is saying as well. It's never going to be just one perfect setup all the time. There's always some adjustment based on skin tone, based on eye color, based on those facial features, based on certain things. So there's going to be variation.
Like she's got the deep eye sockets, so you can see it looks like she's got bags on her eyes. Just from certain light angles make it more pronounced. But that's just because the way her face is shaped. Like there's nothing you can really do about it. But certain levels of light can make it more or less prominent.
That's right. And
just as an example there.
Yep. And the light angle as well, right? So if you want to go with
straight on, you're gonna have less shadows, so it's gonna be less pronounced.
And for guys with a lot of strong features, usually a big broad light that sort of near, but more sort of head on. You want to hide all those bags, and you want to hide all those wrinkles, maybe, right? And then
the
be able to
will drown out the features. Whereas you want them to be more pronounced to show that he's, weather worn, and you might want less light so that the features are more pronounced.
Right. Yeah. So
it
again,
just depends what you're going for.
Yeah, it really depends, right? Based on character, based on your vision. So it's So you always have to adjust, And then there's the background or backdrop that will vary, of course, as well. Can vary in color, can vary in value. Are you going with color or black and white? Are you going with a deep background? Are you going with a shallow background? Are you going for exterior portraiture? What kind of background will you have if you end up going that route? So that's also up to your vision. Now reflectors, they essentially are taking a light and bouncing it off of this reflector surface, and then bring it back to the subject. And then flags or observers, they tend to take in the light, they consume the light. So instead of a reflector being white and or foil like, flags or observers, they absorb light. So then your blacks are more black, your shadows are darker, all that stuff. So that's something to consider as well. Gels are a little bit different. It's pretty cool when you work with gels, because that means you can just put a color on the light. So you create a tint on the light, right? It can be red, it can be yellow, any color really that floats your boat. It just adds coolness to the lighting. It gives a lot of mood for sure. But certainly not the mainstream type of thing that is used out there. It's more for like artistic flair, really. But regardless, gels are used and are very cool. So here are some portrait lighting patterns and styles, and you guys can go ahead and take a look at some of the examples we're going to give you for assignment. But here they are listed here. This are some. There's way more. And by the way, these are just like guidelines and foundations. You can play around with the light setups as directed, but a good guideline is always a good thing to know and good thing to have in order for you to envision what is possible. Okay. When someone say, "Oh, like I know how to light or whatever," well, like me, I don't have the extent of knowing exactly how to light like a professional, cinematographer, right? Because I don't work that job. I have not had enough exposure in that regard. In theater lighting, cinematography lighting, I've not had that experience. But with these styles and with these guides, you'll have a good idea of what is possible and what you can do. And also observing the movies that you watch will give you an idea of how these cinematographers approach some of the difficult lighting situations, like for example underwater, or in a dusky garage, or in a dark pool hall, or you know, in you know, underground parking lot, you know, whatever it may be, to pop these characters up to make it look natural, but at the same time, you know, it's clearly staged, right? It's clearly lit. But anyway, let's look at some of these patterns and styles. So here's split lighting. This is more artistic than anything. It's split because one side of the character is lit and the other is in shadow. Okay, there's an even division between the left and right side. Okay, very moody. Now loop lighting usually has one light source. Maybe there's a subtle bounce. Another very similar, one light source compared to split lighting, but the difference of the two is placement. So this one's coming from the upper coming down at maybe, let's say 45 degrees, let's just say 45 degrees, and hitting the nose. And why it's called loop lighting is because there is a loop created by the shadow of the nose on the side where the shadow is. So let's just say here, it's coming from here. This is an interesting one because she has her head tilted sort of towards the light, and you can see there based on the reflection on her eyes. She had her head towards the light source, okay, highlighting her lips, highlighting her nose, okay, and then creating still a loop around her nose there on the screen left, and likewise the first example here. Loop lighting. Also, a big portion of the face is lit as well, meaning you're getting, you know, very little amount of shadow on the opposite end of the key, and you're getting a lot of these strong highlights, right? Strong highlights on the nose, strong highlights on the cheeks, and all the other features to really give a nice surface to the subject. Okay, Rembrandt lighting comes from a classic painter who always lit their subjects this way, where the light is coming from a certain angle. Yes, very similar to loop lighting, but what coins the Rembrandt lighting is this triangle at the opposite of where the key light is. So key light's coming in, let's just say, let's start with the first example, coming from screen left, coming from the top down, and then the character has his head slightly tilted to screen right, down and screen right, and then a triangle, an upside down triangle, is created on the opposite side of the head. Likewise, here we have a combination of a split and also a Rembrandt. Why? Because of this triangle on the opposite end of the key. Likewise, this example, the third example on the screen. Okay, so this upside down triangle is your Rembrandt lighting signature. And the loop
How
here.
do you create that?
So the light source is very important. Light source placement is very important because then you're shooting the subject and placing the light or moving the subject's head in order to create this upside down triangle on the opposite side of where the key light is coming from. Let's move this here.
Is that one light or is that two lights?
Just one. But it really depends on, the signature of this again is the upside down triangle. From there, you could play around. You can add a bounce, right? So this third example here has a small bounce. You can tell like there's a reflector down here, just highlighting her jaw there to bring her face forward. Also, the pose of the character, she's probably leaning forward a little bit, like tilting her head forward, right? Or pushing her chin forward in order for that highlight to be even stronger. Second example, not really. Maybe there's a flag here or somebody photoshopped it. So then the dark side is much darker. We don't know. This for sure, they played with the values of this. One key light though, no bounce. Seems like there's a gray background or something like that to to pop the darker end, because we don't see a complete, you know, disappearing of this end of the silhouette of the character, right, on the back end. So it seems like there's a little bit of a gradient there. You see that there's a contrast between the screen left background and the screen right background. Okay, so here's another one, butterfly lighting. This one's a bit old school because the light is coming from front, going downwards, and usually it's one light. Very like early Hollywood style looking lighting. It's nice because it gets the hair. However, and it gets also the cheeks. You can see here, like the middle example, it gets the nice deep cheeks. You know, that's maybe like a style that you want to go for.
It's a very black and white oriented lighting setup, though.
Yeah,
but
very.
I don't see it working too well with color.
No, this is very stylized for sure. Old school. Coined the butterfly lighting.
Where I mean, like with the drowning out of the minor imperfections and flaws, the light just drowns out any skin blemishes and wrinkles and things like that. So
yeah, a lot of all of the features look deeper, like especially if the light is coming from top down, right? Like some of the features like bags and stuff like that will disappear, as well as maybe some of the wrinkles on this sort of frown line. But
and the eyes and the forehead as well.
Yes, the eyes and the forehead. The sockets will look a little bit deeper, makes your eyelashes look deeper, okay, as well, which is really nice. Makes your neck disappear, but you know, that's really up to the artist. Really has to, you know, which angle they want to go for, based on the character as well. So anyway, a butterfly lighting, it's really the light coming from front, exact front, and pointing downwards, creating this shadow under the nose that looks kind of like a butterfly, and it's kind of nice actually. I like it. It's a bit old, but I mean, regardless, it's cool. You can see here the examples, black and white. You wouldn't use this nowadays. I don't see it being used. Maybe more for artistic flair. Maybe a combination of this and another.
Making a black and white film.
Yeah, something like that. But less used these days for sure.
Yeah,
but
it does look
cool.
good though for still images.
Absolutely. Like they'll never light a film like this, right?
No,
It's maybe for
not anymore. Anyway.
No, they won't. But you can certainly, you know, maybe mix this with something else and it'll look cool. Like the second example here, pretty neat. One key light coming from the top. You have a lit backdrop light, making her hair, or the back of her her hair pop. Yeah, her straight hair pop. So it's really nice. All right, butterfly lighting. Here's an interesting one. This is a 2-point clamshell used today widely, as to how many lights they can add in there. They can add up to 4, but the clamshell lighting is coined for its style. So the clamshell lighting works this way. So imagine a clam, right? So the top of the clam and the bottom of the clam, and then the subject's face, let's say, is in the middle of that sort of mouth shape. Okay, so you have the upper light, okay, coming and pointing down, and you have a lower light, okay, also coming up. Okay, so if you were to look at the light source for this first example, right, you have one light that's coming from the top, one light coming from the bottom, or even I would say like 2 lesser lights coming from each end. Okay, so again, it's kind of like, so the idea is that it looks like a clam, right? Maybe the second example more so is the classic one, but usually what happens with clamshell lighting is you notice it immediately on the eyes and the reflection on the eyes, because the subject usually is going to be looking straight whether they have their head tilted one way or the other, that's fine. But what's important here is the reflection in the eyes, and that's what makes it a clamshell lighting. Okay, and then a lot of this stuff is used for beauty and makeup and stuff like that. What's real nice about it is so the classic way of going about it anyway is to large, medium to large soft boxes, and they're placed like, you know, like the shells of the clam up to the subject's face, creating this nice kind of straight lighting on the subject's face, highlighting their eyes and making the cheeks look deeper while keeping the whole thing look soft, right? And that's what's making this clamshell lighting really popular and awesome. A plus would be lighting the background white, such as this. Makes it look clean, you know, very presentable. Perfect for like makeup and glamour and whatever it may be. But yeah, super cool. Now, broad lighting is a little bit different because it's not really the style, but rather a principle. Broad lighting and short lighting are these. Okay, so broad lighting, start with broad lighting. It's a concept. Okay, it can follow the patterns of the loop lighting, Rembrandt, or split. So think about it like this: the broad lighting is when the subject's face is turned away from the center. Okay, so it's always turned away from the center, and the side of the face, which is broader, that's on the light side, is lit. It produces a large area of light, and that's why it's called the broad lighting, meaning the side that is on the side of the larger side of the face that's being lit, that's the broad lighting. Okay, so here we have the large side of the face being lit. Okay, so if the face, say for example, I'm going to turn my head like this way. If this side of my face is lit, okay, according to where that camera is, okay, then that would be broad lighting. If the key light is coming this way and the broad side of my face is being lit in accordance to where that camera is placed, okay, that's the broad lighting. The short lighting is different, and it's the opposite of that. And so, for example, let's just take me again, and we're looking at the camera angle like this. Instead of the broad side being lit, it's now the short side being lit, okay, while still maintaining the same camera angle. Now we can call this short lighting. Okay, so you can see here that you could play around with the Rembrandt and with the loop and with the split with this kind of lighting. So we're saying, okay, this one is broad, we're gonna go short. You know, it's really up to the artist, however he wants to shoot that. Okay, so broad and short lighting. So here's an example. Okay, so the subject has his head turned away on the opposite end, but regardless, it's still the same. Okay, so on the left-hand side, okay, so you have the two examples. This one would be short, and then on the right side would be the broad. Okay, now here's rim lighting. Rim lighting is a little bit extreme. So it's, imagine like a split, but it only gets sort of the silhouette of the character. Really cool. Okay, here's gel lighting. Okay, we're working with different colored gels that are on top of key lights or whatever light, really. Whether that is like a orange color, red, blue. Gel lighting is really cool. Here are more examples.
What was the one before that?
Rim?
Rim, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here are the examples. People play around with the shadows. This is very popular, actually. There was a trend going on in Pinterest for a while about this shadow portrait lighting. People playing around with shadow photography. Very artistic stuff. This is what they would do. They would cut up pieces of paper and then they would put it right against the light, make it look, you know, like something. So here's an example of 2-point lighting. Remember, like light placement, size, intensity, distance has to play a role with a lot of these, you know, typical shots that you're seeing here. Certain lighting situations are good for specific situations, like sports, you know, sport photography, compared to like still photography, you know, a person just standing there, compared to lighting an asset, like a cup or I don't know, anything else really. They vary, and you'll notice that certain lighting situations work with specific activities or scenarios. It's just really up to you to kind of observe this stuff, and play around with it. And you as an artist are sort of like, that's your job to find out what works best for what scenario. So like, okay, for example, somebody has like an afro or something like that, like, or they have really nice like poofy curly hair. Then how are you gonna go ahead and pop that out, right? Maybe you can add a rim light. Maybe you can light the background. Maybe you can position them in a way so it shows off their hair. I don't know. That's really up to your vision. So here's a classic 3-point lighting situation. Very studio looking, right? Because all the lights then are controlled. Okay. I really like this example of Fight Club. Like, it looks natural, but at the same time, like, they're pretty deliberate about it. You have your short side lit. Okay, broad side is in shadow, and then broadside has rim light on top of it. Okay, and then here's some more rim coming from this rear inspired light. And it's nice, you know, it's got a little bit of a bounce. I don't know if they post-process pumped that, but it's got a nice kind of a dark side here. So here's more 3-point lighting examples. I love this one here at the top left, because you can see that this scene is very dramatic. You know, it just really calls for a dramatic, you know, camera angle, and also a dramatic lighting angle, right? Split light. Okay. There's a pretty hot rim, but it's not so hot that it's so obvious. Very, very well blended with the background. Seems like some kind of window or whatever lighting this wall. And then here is the character looking at the camera, and you look at her, and then you look at your eye travels, right? Your eye travels from the person crying to the boy that she is holding. This is also wisely framed as well. So they're hiding, right? And you have see like the light source coming from like what they're hiding from, I guess, or the window. You should see the window. And the key light is really like a bounce, which is really interesting. Acting the same way this small crack on the window is like the rim. It's like clever. It's clever. And then everybody else sort of huddled around Woody, right? Making him, you know, framed at the center of the camera. It's like, I'm telling you guys, it's genius. It's genius. Here's some more examples. So you start seeing like all the 3-point lights setups, right? Just depends on like what's going on here. Atmospheric fog is adding to the fact that there could be some kind of like key light coming from the, you know, hard top screen left. Everything is soft in this shot though. So the only thing that might be hard would be this kind of like deliberate rim that they probably end up separating out. Like they cheated here. Kind of tell that they cheated here because it's so much stronger. But anyway, regardless, still look cool. So 3-point lighting, all that stuff. So here's an interesting one: black flags. Remember, reflectors reflect, flags absorb light. And so here's an example of a woman being lit, you know, from this particular angle. And in her back is a black flag, you know, making her pop, and then the background being pitch black. Okay, same type of deal here. So you have the flags absorbing light, and then you can have a subtle maybe gradient on the background to separate the character a little bit, but a lot of the times the black flag is used to make those shadows even deeper. Here's some really interesting ones. A 4-point. I'm not too crazy with 4 points, just because it's starting to look a little bit messy. Like, I don't really know what's going on, especially like this this third example here. I can see that it's cool. I can see how it would be. You see how they vary the intensity and as well as the light angle. Like you see a light coming from the background, lighting that back part. You have a soft glow on the screen left. You have a stronger light on the screen right, and then you have a key like what do you call that? Like a point light shooting directly on her face. It's like I don't know. Like I just can't. I can see why it's cool, but maybe it's just my preference.
I think it's another one too. Like it looks good on the black and white images, and then on the color one, it doesn't look quite as nice.
Right. It's almost as if like they're trying too hard, right? Like it's
yeah, like it's just this light coming from all around. Where in the black and white, it provides contrasts and stuff that you don't see.
Yeah. It's not as obvious as well that you're trying, you know, like for example, this first example, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, in the black and white, you almost need that exaggerated lighting in order to see the contrasts.
Yeah.
You know, details.
And again, it is old school looking, you know, it's got that like 50s vibe.
Yeah, which, like I say, when you're shooting in a black and white, it's a lot different than shooting in color.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Having all that light in a color image just kind of throws it off. But in the black and white, that's how you're getting the highlights. You know, so I find it works better on the two black and white images rather than the color one. I don't know if anybody agrees with me, but
yeah, there's certainly a place for 4-point. When you see it, you see it. Like when you don't, like it's just so hard to envision it, you know, on colored images. But yeah, it certainly has its place. It's still cool.
Color image there, it just doesn't really pop like it does on the other two.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that when it's in color, just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't quite work. So,
But
all right.
the two black and white ones, it looks really good. So
Mm-hmm. It does. It does. It's got that painterly almost look to it. The first one here with the color is kind of boring looking. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's cool though. There's a lot of contrast. So, wait a second. Assignment. Oh yeah. Lighting ratios. So, quick lighting ratio tutorial, I guess. So 1:1, let's just say, if we said 1:1, that means, let's say your key light or the other one, let's just say the fill. So let's just say we have two lights, 1:1. Let's just say if the key light is intensity is, let's say 15, then the fill light will also be 15. Okay. Now, 2:1, then meaning the 2 meaning would be half. So let's just say if the key light would be 16, then the second one would be 8. Okay, so half. Okay, a quarter, so on and so forth. Right. So if your intensity is 12, then you can even do 3:1. But let's just say maybe you could come up with 3. So intensity of 3, that would be the bounce, and then you have an intensity of 12 for the key. So lighting ratios. So think about those ratios, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. You can do 8, meaning like really, really subtle bounce or fill or what have you. So on and so forth. So think about those ratios when you're setting up your light intensities. Okay. Any questions with regards to what we just talked about past few minutes?
Was that the wrong assignment sheet or no?
No, that was just some links to check out. But I've provided that as well in the link that I'm going to go ahead and share to you guys. But you can go ahead and grab that PDF. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste a link to the chat. That portrait lighting materials folder will have an Emily OBJ head, okay, and an Emily Maya ASCII start file. You might get that virus warning again. So stupid. Just say download anyway. I don't know. For some reason, Google Drive thinks that MAs are viruses. It's not. It's a Maya ASCII. So anyway, in the portrait lighting materials folder, let's go ahead and move that here. You'll have the PDF, the exact slides that we were looking at, so you can go ahead and take a look at this. Pretty neat. You can see all the examples and stuff like that. You can check out some of the links as well in the bottom here to show you some more terminologies and some more information. Okay, so the assignment will be this. All right, so you're gonna go ahead and either not either, but just download the Emily Start Maya ASCII. And with this scene, you can go ahead and start lighting your subjects, okay? And the idea is, what you're going to do is you're going to take... Okay, what you're going to do is you're going to take... let's see, what did I write on the assignment sheet here? So what you're going to do is you're going to take five of these individual light setups. Okay. 5 of them. Okay. So a loop with a background light. Okay. That's 1. Okay. Hard key with kickers. Okay. That's 2. So on and so forth. Badger is 3. Okay, so you're gonna choose 5 out of this entire list. So what is this? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. So out of the 24 light setups based on this lighting guide example, okay, you're gonna take 5 of them and recreate it in the Maya ASCII file that I've provided. I made a let's go ahead and download this. I made a camera already for you, so you can go ahead and use that camera angle as a means of rendering, so you don't have to set it up. Okay, so, and also your resolution is really big, like a letter size. Okay, you can work with HD 1080. Okay, you can work with a square, like a 2K square, that'll also work. So anyway, your image size is really big from the get-go. It's like 2500 by like 3K. But you can make it smaller, of course. And I have the main view camera as your key camera here. But anyway, what you're going to do is you're going to light the subject. Okay, you know how to use your Arnold lights. Okay, you know how to light your scene. You've tried still life lighting already. You've lit other assets in this class, so you should be very familiar as to how to create lights, how to set it up, setting up the distances, setting up the intensities, setting all that up. Okay, and I want you to recreate 5 out of the 24 light setups that I've provided here in this lighting guide. Okay. Now,
sounds simple enough.
Yep, it's very simple. Okay.
Sounds simple.
Yeah, no, it is. It'll take time to make one. And remember, get the proper values, you guys. Don't just make the light, place it, and then call it done. I'm going to be watching the intensity, if you lit the background or not. You know, I'm going to look for the subtle things, okay? And creating one, it won't take forever, really. It's just fine-tuning the right values for it to look good. Okay, so let me show you some examples here.
I mean, the images too, like on the reference there, it shows where the lights should be coming from too. So that'll help at least as far as what you have to work with.
Mm-hmm. It really is a cheat sheet. So it's all there for you. All you have to do is really place it properly, make it look like the example, right? So here's one. Here's a badger. Okay, here's a badger. This one is, I think it's just the butterfly because of the nose shadow there. This one is also a butterfly, but without the gradient coming from the background.
Okay.
Okay, this is the clamshell. Here's the colored gels. Okay, so there's 2 different kinds. There's one that's a bit more kind of light and soft. Another one that's a bit more harder. So here's an interesting one. A student decided, they're like, you know what? I really like this lighting. I'm going to recreate it. And so if you are feeling like, okay, some of these ones aren't cool enough, I want to find like a shot from a movie and recreate it, please do so. Okay. And what I'd like everybody to do is when you are doing your renders like this, include the shot or the type somewhere in the render. Okay, so at the top right, bottom left, up to you, wherever you want to place it, but it's just got to be together. Okay, so the render and as well as the lighting style, okay, have to be together. Okay, just paste it on or Photoshop it down. Use Photopea, you know, what have you. Here's one. What is this? I think this is a loop with a soft box, so you're getting a little bit of that shadow there on the nostril. It's also got a pretty hot rim light. Here's a I thought this was hilarious. It's like trying to be scary. Here's one of Keanu. Pretty neat. So maybe you want to go ahead and recreate, you know, this type of thing. Right, here's one, I think. Yeah, this student here had so much fun. He's like, I'm gonna make a bunch. So he just made a bunch. Those were the two that I really liked. So yeah, these are cool. Now feel free to mess around with the shaders. Obviously, you don't need to go ahead and texture the skin. You don't have to do anything fancy with the texturing or shading. But if you'd like to mess around with the materials, you know, like making the eyes shiny, making the lips shiny, I don't know. You know, that's really up to you. But what's important is getting the light directions and the light setup proper. So here's a split short. So if we're doing the split broad, then this dark side will be the side that's lit, and then the light side will be the side that's dark. All right, so there you go. I show you some examples. I hope that that's enough. If you have any questions, of course, ask me. When we get back from break, we're gonna go ahead and execute, you know, one of these light setups. Maybe I can even find like an interesting one to tackle as well. And yeah, try to recreate that with you guys. But basically, the whole scene is a free-for-all. I just want you to keep the framing really as close to the head as possible. You can play around with how close you can get with the character, but that size is ideal. Okay, so you can zoom in a little bit, zoom out a little bit, not too far though, else we can't really see your lighting. So you can rotate the model, you can, you know, tumble the model around, whichever way you want to have the model facing. You know, it's really up to you. But the light setup, okay, and the backdrop already made for you. You can light the backdrop, choose not to light the character, however way. But anyway, the scene is for you. You gotta just light the character, okay, and possibly the background, okay, based on the portrait lighting examples that I've gone ahead and shown you there. So. All right. Any questions before we go on break here, everybody?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a main view render, but it only gives me a perspective, even though I have it on main view. Is there a reason for that?
The reason for that is, for example, if I have my four window scene here, I can go to my main view on the bottom left. Okay, let's just say for fun. And the reason why you're getting the perspective render is because you have to select the view that you want to render. For example, I can select the perspective up here, right? Or I can make sure I select the actual viewport, okay? And then I'm gonna go ahead and render. Because if I don't select the viewport, then Maya, for some really weird reason, thinks that I don't want to render that this camera. So you have to select the camera shape in your Arnold render view, and as well as select the viewport that you want to render in your Maya Maya scene. Yeah, and then now it should render. Sorry?
Just gave me perspective. It just gave me perspective.
Okay. Try again. If you'd like to, is like what you could do is maximize your main camera, this main view. Hold on, let me throw a light in here for fun. Arnold lights area. Okay, look through. So hang on, let me add some exposure in here, maybe 16 or something. Okay, main view. Yeah, so there it is. So just make sure, if you really want to for sure render this this say camera angle, maximize it in your viewport, right? And then go to your Arnold render view and then go to render and then update the full scene. So control U.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't update, so that's why.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, that's how you would go about doing that. And then from here, you can adjust your intensity, of course. So let's say 14. There you go. So there's your main key light right there. All right, cool. So we'll be back at is that just 8 past, I guess. Yeah, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, sounds good.
If there's any questions, you guys just message in the group, and we'll get back to it in just a bit here.
Thanks, Harold.
You're welcome. No problem. How's everybody doing with their first light setup?
Not bad. My computer's just lagging hard now.
Is it because of the render resolution or?
I don't know. I got so many different. I'm trying to do the gel one, but I can't get the blue in it for some reason. I'm using spotlights, but I don't know if that's the right lights. And I don't know how. Did you teach us how to do a reflector and bounce filters?
No, you just use a light to use as a reflector, like to mimic a reflector.
And make it silver or something?
No, you don't have to. It's just the amount of light or the intensity of the light that matters.
So for the gel, I don't know the ratios to do for it because there's so many lights.
What do you mean?
Well, for the gel one, it has like a side directional, and then it has like 3 spotlights and a reflector. And then I don't know how to ratio those to each other. I guess the directional light would be like 8 or something. Well, I don't know. I don't know where to start.
Yeah, you have to do 1 per light. So adjust per light. So after you make the light, adjust the intensity, right? And then till it feels good, then move on to the next light. And then adjust till it looks right. And then adjust and then go to the next one. So you have to do it one by one. Like you can't just, assume that you can get it all at one shot.
No, I'm doing them all one by one. There's no way you can do them all at once.
Yeah, so when you're adjusting your intensity, compare, right? Compare your original image to the one that you're working with. It's up to you to test that out. Like, is it too close to the person? Do you need to, bring it further to the subject? Is the intensity too strong? Do I have to change the exposure down? Can I change the size? Is it too big? So do I have to make the size smaller? What are the angles? Is the angle a little bit too on the corner? Do I have to rotate it? So you have to adjust accordingly. So do it slow but sure. So make one that's really good, and then the next ones that you'll make, you'll understand exactly what to do. But always use the reference that you're using there to create your renders. There's no like set value if you're asking for that. But think about it. If the key, let's just say is, if the key light is, say 12, or yeah, let's just say 12, then the fill light could easily be like a 4:1 or a 3:1, meaning it's going to have a value of 4, or it's going to have a value of 4 or a value of 3, right? For the fill. So a rim light would probably be stronger than the key light, which probably would double, right? So meaning if it's double, then we could assume that if the intensity of the key is 12, then maybe the rim is 24. But that's only a guideline, right? The moment that you render it, you'll see whether it's too strong or it's too weak. So you have to adjust based on your reference.
Yeah, and then so how do you know which one do you use for a reflector? And like, do you use directional light or an area light or something like that?
For reflectors, you just go ahead and create another AI area light. You can use a plane and then apply a white shader on it, so then it works like a bounce, like a card. You can do that, but you don't necessarily need to do that. I would just create lights in order for it to behave like a fill light or behave kind of like a rim light.
Oh, so for our main key lights, are we using directional light or area light?
AI area light. So a lot of the lights that you're going to be using AI area lights.
That will help a lot.
Yeah. You can adjust your AI area lights accordingly, like change its ratio and size and stuff like that to make it behave kind of like a reflector. And if you're going to try to do a flag, well, you can also make a card, right? And it's just going to be black, and that card will have a black color and roughness to 1. So if you're going to make an absorber, that's how you would make a flag. 1 second, I'll be back. I have to authenticate something.
It might be my internet why it's lagging, I think.
Okay. What's your bandwidth? You have a really slow transfer.
1 second. Yeah, hold on. Bandwidth. Where do I find my bandwidth again?
Go to fast.com and check out your internet speed, your download and upload.
Loading. It says 100.
That's pretty good. Your upload is 100? Sorry, download is 100?
Yeah, well, the fast.com.
Then I don't know why it would be like. Maybe it's just the upload. I'm not sure if your upload is really low. What's your upload? Because 100 download is good. It's good.
How do you go for upload?
So you just wait till the whole thing finishes, and then you should see some status underneath. And then you should say the upload speed as well.
Oh yeah, here it is. Upload 11. Speed 11.
Yeah. You should have like 11, you said?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe there's just a lot of traffic. I don't know if you're sharing internet or anything like that. But
Well,
11.
It's giving me internet warning, like I guess it says low or something, so it just keeps going up and down.
Oh, okay. Are you on a Wi-Fi or are you on a direct line?
Wi-Fi.
Oh,
Wi-Fi.
that's why. Yep. That's why.
In a basement.
Yeah. Especially basement. I'm in a basement. We need relays in order for the Wi-Fi to travel a little bit better. But I'm on a direct line, and direct line is much better. So I'm doing a full render of the lighting setup that I did there. Then I'm going to bring up the reference here so you guys can kind of see what's going on. You can see I ended up adjusting that light direction a little bit to screen left.
As soon as I switch to area light, my whole thing is black, even though I'm like putting my intensity up.
You don't mess around with the intensity, but you increase the exposure. So set the intensity back to 1 and then increase your exposure to like 10.
I lost my exposure.
It's underneath the intensity.
Oh, that's why, because I don't see my intensity or my exposure.
Yeah, it should be underneath. Intensity in the attribute editor.
Maybe it's in my plugin.
Let's see what you're doing. I'd like to have a look.
Okay. See, I don't have exposure.
No. Okay, so change that back to AI area.
That's why.
And then you see your intensity is at the one highlighted right now is at 0, so set that to 1. Okay, and then change your exposure value up and set that to 10. Yeah, hit enter. Okay, try rendering now.
Okay.
Right? So always leave your intensity at 1 and then increase your exposure.
Yeah, I know I had area light, not AI.
Ah, okay, yeah, so AI area light is what you want, not the area light. Because area light, that one's setting. Yeah. Otherwise, it won't be the AI, the Arnold standard light. But rather it'll be the Arnold, sorry, the default Maya area light, and that's not really what you want to use.
Copy that.
Awesome.
And spotlights are good for everything else?
No, use an AI area light still. So you're just changing the size of the AI area, as well as I want to show you one last thing here. You could actually change the spread of the AI area. And if you change the spread of the AI area, it will be, so if here in the attribute editor, we have underneath the exposure intensity, just go down, and then you'll have your spread. Oh yeah, I'm not sharing, I realize. Sorry about this. Okay, let me do it one more time. I'm gonna hide this stuff. I'm just gonna make another Arnold light. And I'm gonna get this to point downwards, make it big. Okay.
Do we have a light on top all the time, or is that just for this shoot?
I'm just using this as an example. You don't have to do this at all. I'm just showing you what the spread will do. One second. I'm gonna increase the intensity. Okay, so that's it right there. With the light spread at 1. So meaning the light there, you could tell, is sort of like pretty it encompasses a lot more space, and so if we change that spread to something narrower, it'll act like a cone light. So take that spread down to 0.1, and then it now becomes this kind of spotlight.
Right, it can taper.
Right.
So how'd you get there again? I didn't see.
So here is the spread. So in your attribute editor, you have intensity, exposure, and then just in this area here, just a few parameters down, you have your spread. Currently, it's set at 1. Like that. So it's wider. Okay, and then you could narrow down that spread to like a laser beam.
By default, it's hey, it's skeleton.
Yeah.
By default, it goes to 1.
By default, it is 1. So let's take a look at it from like the perspective. And let's change this a little bit. Right, so that's it with 0.1. Excuse me. And this is it with 1. Right? Stark difference. Again, that's 1. And this is 0.05. Right? And then 0 is just like a straight up interrogation scene. It's just all of the all of the light directly beaming straight from the direction of that square, the AI area light square. So imagine this spread kind of like a window or something like that. Right, so I can turn down the intensity of this. You know, so now it looks kind of like a window. Wait.
Can you go higher than 1 on the spread, or just it goes only to 1?
It's only to 1. It doesn't go beyond 360. Oh, sorry, 180. See, now it looks kind of like a window, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how you do that. I'm gonna go find another lighting setup that might be cool.
Can you do a gel one?
A gel one?
Area light for everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just using AI area light for everything.
Yep. You want me to do a gel one? I can do a gel one.
Yeah, I'm getting it, but I was using spotlights and stuff like that.
Ah. Yeah, colored gels are so cool.
See how on the samples they show you different size lights, so that's why I went with different size, different style.
Are you talking about like in your reference or?
Yeah, well, the cheat sheet.
Let's say they like sprayed her with water or something. Let's see here.
The wet look.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with a cool foreground. I think the AI area is pretty... I think it's still too wide. You know, not turn it into like something like this. It's hard to tell. I want the light to be like really narrow, so there's a lot more shadow around the sides. Yeah, okay, that's feeling a little bit better. So 12, and then I'm gonna change the spread down to like point. Ooh, wait. Can we get something a little hotter than this? Seems like 14 is like the value to get it nice and hot.
That's looking cool.
Thank you. I'm gonna add some saturation to the background, kind of like a subtle like blue color. And then I'm gonna add a hot rim on each side. I want that light to have like a little bit more of a royal. There we go. Add a little bit more cooler blue. And like we can add a little bit more shininess to the skin. Punch that skin color. Oh, that's a little bit too much. 375. Okay, I think it's time. Okay, I'm gonna go and bring in an opposite light. Set that to 90 degrees. Make this narrow too. You know, I'll just make it small and then point it that way. And maybe like that. I'm gonna use the color temperature this time, and I'm gonna use this as 1500 color temperature. Let's say like it's like a really hot incandescent or something. If this doesn't work, then I might have to go with just a tinted yellow gel. So key is 12, right? Or 13? Okay, let's just say 20. Oh my goodness, that's strong. Spread of 0.2. And set this to 16. Okay, I'm not gonna use the color temperature. I think we're gonna go with just like a reddish orange color. Man, that's as far as I could push that. It seems like I can't do any more. Unless I rotate the head. Let's duplicate this and then let's move the copy to the opposite side. Then we're gonna go and sort of position it almost in the exact same spot, but up, raise it up and then point it downwards. Man, I can't hit the contrast that I really like. I can't get those darks. Maybe the only way is to make these rim lights like tiny. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Or point it towards the outside a little bit. I'm trying to get rid of that jaw. Oh yeah, that's working a little. Seems like yeah, the only way to really get this look is that, or I create a blocker. And then I'll make the gel even smaller too. And then change this intensity to something smaller, like 12, to pop up the hot rim light. Seems like 12.5 is working. Trying to get the contrast. It's hard to get the contrast without post-processing, but I mean, that's probably the hottest I can go in terms of the rim light. There's like fireflies everywhere. There you go. I think I got the contrast that I want. I think I just had to move the character forward. Yeah, this is it. This is the contrast that I like. Man, those light positions though are so... some more downwards. Then I could change the spread of this. There you go. That's the contrast I like. Get a lot of the eye bags though. So let's just say she's looking up or something. Here, let's rotate. Center. Okay, I like that. So I wanted a specific contrast on it, and that's why I was changing the position a lot, changing the intensity a lot, and changing the size, because size and the spread really has to matter when you're trying to create contrast. Even tweaking the parameters for the skin too. From here on, like, you can do probably some light post-processing, but I think I got what I want. Let's go find like a beauty. Like a beauty photo. I'm gonna make one more, but this time I'm gonna try to go for like a soft butterfly, with like a hair separator at the back, like a hair separator, yeah. And then like I'm gonna create a streak at the background to create something dynamic. Let's see. Maybe we'll think about the background as a maybe. Or maybe it'll be subtle. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna make one of those circle light photos. See if I can make one of those. Those girls that use like that circle light photography when they do their like Instagram videos. I'm gonna see. Downloads. Wait, where did I put? Oh, is it under temp? Oh yeah, okay. Gel lighting sample JPG. Okay, I'm gonna hide that. Remove the rotation. Set this back. Maybe I'll rotate Emily just a little bit like this. Okay. So now I'm gonna make a torus. 32 2 1. Okay. 90 degrees. Get 90 degrees. Okay, I think that's good. Hang on, it's gotta be. There you go. Nice. Now I'm gonna turn this into a mesh light. 16. 64. Okay, create lights. I'm gonna call this Rim Studio Geo. Lights, mesh light. 12. Just do 12. I don't need the light to be visible, so we'll see. We'll hide this. No, let me turn down the specs a little bit. I think it's a bit high. 3 1 10 1 1 8 6. Let's turn this to like a soft cashmere color. Not sure if I should go stronger with it or not really sure. I think I'm gonna pull the character forward again. Maybe the case is character's not close enough. So let's try. Okay, a little bit blown up. Roughness 0.55. Okay, a little bit strong. And 0.5. There we go. The rim is showing up on the eyes. That's what's important. Okay, cool. First step is done. I'm gonna create another AI area. This time, I'll illuminate the background behind her. 10 maybe. Let's try 10. bit more muted. Make her look like a blogger. We're gonna add a rim light to the back. Okay. Now I'm gonna add a rim. Let's go ahead and add a rim here. Arnold, AI Arnold, call this one rim. And then I'm gonna call this one backdrop light. And this one is gonna come from the top, from on top of her. And it's gonna be a soft hair separator. She doesn't have hair, but
You just put a mesh light in the circle, right?
yeah, I turned the Taurus into a mesh light. Let's do 12. Okay, 16. Nope, too hot. Wait a sec. I think my placement is a little bit too high. I think I'm gonna bring it down. So big and then wider. Set this maybe to 14 and let's see. There you go. Subtle enough. Let's turn it down a little bit lower, maybe 12. So it's like soft. 12.5 maybe. Okay, see how that renders. We'll let it render. With depth of field, you guys, this will look banging. You know what? I don't like that background. I think this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end up moving this to the side. Kind of like that, and then setting the spread even smaller. So there's like this I'm gonna point it. I'm gonna turn the light into a disc. you can change the light shape to a disc. So it's just a circle instead of a square. And ooh, that's narrow. 0.1. There you go. I don't know if I like this so much, to be honest, but 9. Yeah, there you go. That's different. Something a little bit different. Obviously, it will look much better if there's like textures on her face and stuff. But let's go with this beauty pass, beauty shot. Wait, I just want to check one more thing. Maybe her eye sclera could be shinier. 6. Maybe I'll make the background blue. So okay, I think I'm gonna go with this. So let's change the settings and pump it all the way back up. So specular 3, sure. Transmission 8. There's no transparency depth, but might as well. Let's change the samples of each light. Spread second 24. Okay. And then we're using 2K here. Yep. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's update the full scene. Boom.
This is actually fun.
Right? It's so fun. Anybody else having fun? I'm having fun. Hope you're all having fun. So you notice, I'm gonna just do a recap before we end here. So based on the slide and what we've been demonstrating here in the past however long, the size of the light matters, the intensity, the angle, okay, or the placement, okay, the distance, okay, and also the color. Those are the things that you can play with. There's other things that you can play with, like the distance of the subject to the camera, the distance of the lights relative to one another, even the spread. So it being like 180 degree spread or something narrower, you know, you can dial down and or up the values. Intensity really matters when you're fine tuning a certain look, especially for a when all the light starts to play together, you'll notice that even if you set the angle correctly, the size correctly, and the intensity correctly, when another light comes on, you'll end up adjusting the key light or the rim, bounce, even your background. So adding a light in the background as well gives a little bit of a, a different touch as well. Something that we didn't cover in our class are blockers. You can add blockers as well with your lights, which would create really cool shadow effects. So you can try creating blockers as well. But that's really up to you if you want to do that. Remember like shadow photography earlier? So you would just use a geo to block a certain amount of light from the lights. My wife is awake, you guys. My wife is awake.
Is that a bad thing or?
No. Yeah, it's well, because if I go to sleep, she'll be awake. So
Oh,
yeah.
well,
So
better than going to bed and she wakes up.
Yeah. She's a napper. She's laughing. My napper is awake. I don't know if you guys.
Harold's wife.
What's that?
I say hi, Harold's wife.
she walked in, walked out like a phantom.
Ah.
She's a ninja. Midday napper. I don't know about you guys, like, but if I nap, it just ruins my whole sleep pattern. Like I can't do it. So I have to
I don't really
not
have
nap.
much of a sleep pattern anymore, so it doesn't really matter anyway. Oh. But I'm working on that too.
Yeah. Trying to get enough sleep, I think, is the key, and like being a bit more diligent to whatever the time frame is for you to sleep within the night. Getting that nice pocket is pretty tricky, but if you get in a roll, it's okay.
Yeah, I have a hard time falling asleep before like 2 a.m. and these day shifts are killing me.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm up at like 6:30.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
but
it's a tough one.
What it is. I'm not getting enough shifts that I'm going to complain about it.
Yeah.
And
there's that.
Really, as long as I'm using my machine there, I'm good with like 4 hours of sleep anyway.
Yeah.
I haven't been taking my meds, so it's not like I need the sleep. So.
Yeah, regardless, wherever you can sneak it in there, sneak it in, because it's always helpful to get a little bit more sleep. As long as you're not sleeping too much, too. There's that extreme as well.
Well, that's the thing. When I'm on my meds, I'm sleeping for 12 hours straight.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a long time.
It's the side effect of the meds is they knock me out.
Yeah.
So I'm taking them, and because can't go to sleep. Like I've literally fallen asleep standing up if I try and wake up before I wake up naturally when I'm taking them. So
yeah,
like that's not good when you're like doing stuff and you're falling asleep standing up. So
no, that's not good.
No, so I mean I shouldn't be off my meds anyway, but it is what it is. As long as I use my machine there, like my CPAP.
What is this for?
I've got sleep apnea, which is what the machine's for.
Okay.
That's the only way I get any kind of quality out of my sleep. And if I use that, I only need a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
But my medication's for bipolar disorder. So.
Oh, and that helps you sleep as well?
Well, no, it just puts me to sleep. That's a side effect of the medication.
Ah, okay.
So if I take it, it's like 10 to 12 hours of my day is just gone. Like there's no working around it.
Yeah.
So I definitely shouldn't be off them, but I can't be on them right now either. So
Yeah. Yeah, gotta find a.
I'm thinking I got to find a doctor here at some point and see if there's something like a different combo I could try. Because this one works really well. It's just I can't be asleep for half my day anymore. It was fine when I wasn't working, but like I could work around that when I wasn't working, but now I'm working. And there's not enough hours in the day to work, do school, and sleep. One of them's got to give.
Yeah.
And when it's literally half my day is allocated to sleep, that's the one that gives.
Right. So. Yeah, somehow gotta find a balance. It can be, from each. But I mean, I don't know about school. Just depends on how you set up your schedule there too. But
yeah, well, I mean,
to make room
I'll
somehow.
probably be scheduling my next semester so I can take a couple more shifts because I need to be able to pay rent, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not making enough to pay rent, but it's better than nothing. And
having a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can get like an extra shift or two, like I'm getting 3 shifts a week. If I can get 4 or 5, I'm golden. But I just it's not going to happen with my schedule the way it is. But come December, when I'm able to do my next semester's schedule, I'll at least be able to try and keep them to either just keep it to a couple of days or spread them out so that they're like night classes that I can do a shift in the daytime. Just whatever's available for what I have to take.
Then you'll be like me.
Yeah. Yeah. Except you're not at risk of going completely off the rails.
Well, until I drive home December 10th, I'll be on the side of the highway somewhere.
Oh, jeez.
Hope not.
No, I'll be good.
Yeah, no, I without my meds, it's like once every 5 years or so I have a severe mania. And so I'm kind of keeping an eye on myself as well. So that doesn't happen. Or at least I can minimize it if it does. Knowing is half the battle.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Mike,
getting that monitored.
What's up?
I just wanted to say that I also suffer from bipolar, and it's all about
talking about.
Yeah, it's all about finding the right medication.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been on the right medication. It's just because of the amount it puts me to sleep, I can't do multiple things. Like I can't work my job and do school and still work with that 12-hour unconsciousness.
Yeah, dude, I totally understand.
Yeah, but if I can find a med that works similarly but doesn't knock me out like that, that'd be the ideal situation. But I got to find a doctor in town too, so because I just moved to Vancouver, I haven't gotten all that straightened out yet. But
yeah, I haven't had a manic episode since I started taking this new medication.
Yeah, same. Like, I mean, I've had hypomania and I've had severe depression, but
yeah,
I haven't had a full-blown mania in a few years now. So I'm due. I had a stretch. I've been on these meds for a while. I had a stretch where I was getting manic, and then I went into the doctor and got my dosage adjusted, and it was fine. But it's something like you're never going to completely dodge it. You're always going to have to adjust your meds throughout your life. And, I mean, I was diagnosed in my 20s, but I've been exhibiting symptoms since I was 3, so I'm pretty full-blown right now. Type 1 rapid cycling. With the full-blown mania.
Yeah, man, I wish you luck on your journey.
Yeah, you too. It's not an easy one. If you ever need somebody to talk to or whatever, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, for sure, man.
You know.
I'll drop you a Discord link for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm on a few of them, so it's been a long journey for me. I'm 39 now, so and I know the ins and outs. So if I can help you along yours,
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
yeah, because it is a progressive thing too. And, the longer you've had it, the more at risk you are. So. Makes it tricky, but it's manageable. It's definitely manageable. Just gotta find the right stuff.
Yeah, I wish you guys all the best. Yeah.
And hopefully the right stuff isn't lithium, because I like having kidneys.
Yeah,
I can do lithium.
Yeah. No, that was one of my previous doctors was like, well, that's what we're gonna put you on. I'm like, no, we're not. I'm going to a new doctor now. I'm like, we've tried 2 cocktails. I'm not jumping straight to lithium. That's the last resort. Like, it works well, but the whole getting blood work done every month to make sure your kidneys are functioning, like, that's a little overkill to me.
Yeah, if you do end up going to the doctor, maybe you should look into a once-a-month shot.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, that's what I get.
Oh, that'd be
It's just once a month, no pills, dude.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
What do you take, if you don't mind my asking?
it's called Abilify.
Abilify. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would work full for me. I've been pretty far gone, but I'd have to look.
Yeah, it never hurts to give it a try, but it worked for me. Everyone's different,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, exactly. That's why there's no set standard dosage for it or anything, like. But it beats the cocktail that I'm on. I'm on Cipralex, Seroquel, Wellbutrin, and
Seroquel's a tough one.
yeah, that's what knocks me out. So, but it works well. Like it's great for me. It works well with my head, because I was on another cocktail of Epival and Effexor, and that one just made me feel like a zombie. Like I would rather feel like crap than not feel. And that's where I was. I barely had any kind of emotion. No passion, no nothing when I was on that one. So, that was. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, you guys, and I hope you both the best.
There was a question in the chat.
Yeah, there was a question in there. That's why I said sorry. Like, somebody asked a question. It's like, oh yeah, we should do the class stuff. Commandeering the last few minutes.
I'll question. Yeah. So anyway, it's 10. So you guys may sign out. I'm just gonna go ahead and address Russell's question here, and we can end the stream.
Five light.
I think that's the homework assignment, isn't it?
It's the homework assignment. Yes. So it's due next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know I didn't get last week's homework assignment in. I'll get that in as soon as possible. I'm going to be working on it after work tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks for doing that.
I didn't get a chance this weekend to get on it. So,
Yeah. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I know it's going to be late, but it's better late than never.
Yeah. Yeah. No problem, Cody. Yeah. And no problem there, Michael. So, yeah. Have a good night for now.
Yeah. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, we'll see you next week as well, Daniel. Let me address Russell's question here. Quick question: how do you make the shadows like darker than soft? Well, you have to have a harder light. So there's a couple of ways you can make those shadows darker. Number one, reducing the spread amount from 1 to maybe half, like 0.5 or even 0.3, and also so that means you're making the light narrower, right? And you're making the shadow dark, the shadow more harsh. That, or just bring the light closer to the face, and then increase the intensity of the light.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the spread thing like for the area light or?
Yes. So in
Okay.
just a few properties down the attribute editor from intensity and exposure, you have spread. So it's set at 1. You could set that down to 0.5, or just find the value that's lower than 1 for you.
Yeah, because I have this for a butterfly, and I'm just trying to make the shadows a bit darker. Like.
Yeah. So to
Close,
increase
but
the
yeah.
contrast for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. Yeah. So it's a bit soft, right? So you can take that spread, and also maybe even you can move the light just a bit more above. I don't know. Maybe this looks good. Just gotta change that spread value lower. But yeah. So it's up to you how you want to go ahead and adjust that. But
Okay. Yeah.
cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. No problem, Russell. All right. Well, good evening, everybody else. We'll see you guys next week, and talk to you guys later. Enjoy the week.
See you.
See you
Have a
next
good
week.
one.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harold.
Yeah. No problem, you guys. Have a good one.